Stop ES buy. Stop ES buy. Iceberg and Q sell. Stop and Q buy. Stop and Q buy. Stop ES buy. Stop and Q buy. Iceberg ES sell. Iceberg and Q sell. Iceberg ES sell. Stop NQ sell. Stop and Q buy.
Alex TWB said session VAVAP is at 8:35.
Iceberg ETH sell. Stop NQ sell. Stop NQ buy. Stop NQ sell. Stop NQ buy.
Really.
Sure. Sure. Do you have an interview process that you go through to make
Yeah,
considerations of
nothing.
if you want to help them?
Yeah, nothing too formal, really. But it would be just, yeah, that sort of thing.
Do you take donations?
Yeah, and I guess you could, yeah, that's up to the person. Yeah.
I'm just curious. I mean, I understand a lot of people reach out, want a mentor, and you know what? You have a lot of years of experience in this category, and I really appreciate you coming on stage and explaining everything that you've explained so far. Um, and you know, it's just kind of one of those things. It's really nice to hear an experienced trader like yourself come up and speak and as retail traders, if we're not on a channel like this, you don't get to voice
Yeah.
your thoughts, your opinions, and obviously your experience. And you know, it means a lot to have you up here. Alex just stepped in. Hello, Alex.
So,
What's up?
how's everyone doing?
Excited to join the party.
Yeah, I was feeling left out, man. I was like, where's the host?
Yeah, you were always here with us in the spirit.
Right. Yeah. I figured let me step in. Coming to the tail end. Hopefully everybody got the answers and questions and anything else that's out there. I mean, it was a good conversation. I was listening. I was like, man, this is solid. I like it.
Yeah, and if you hear Alex now, like I really mean it. It is what the space needs, really, and like what you do for these traders or everyone, like the community, even in itself, is like people say, it does get kind of lonely and boring out there, being a trader that's sitting here in the middle of the night, for example. So even in that respect, it's good to have people who not only are they informed and know what they're talking about, they're and good people too.
Yeah, we're all here to help. It's like it's just not one person that's doing all the work. Like I really appreciate Ryan. And before I used to have, I think it was Trader Trash. He used to do like a daily show, but it was more like his room and his people talking. But this is more focused on our community and what we got going on, which is 100% like what we need.
Yeah, and from experience, that sort of combination of different visions is sort of where things can get muddy.
So we're still short, or what's everybody at?
Yeah. Are you in anything?
No, I just walked in. So I mean, my last couple trades where I stepped in on something really quick, and it wasn't that great. It was pretty good, but I prefer waiting out a little bit now.
Yeah, I think it was maybe Rage or it's till CPI. I don't really see much happening. Something it's volatile, but that's pretty much, I guess, my expectation for myself as well.
Yeah, basically, I'm looking like at the 15-minute candle and on a daily rate. I mean, today's PA was pretty much compressed. Uh, we did have a lot of like selling or buying at the higher level, which kind of lead me to like at the close. I was expecting to see like some of the people that were holding and buying this market up were gonna get out. So
Yeah.
definitely started to see that towards the close. I think I was in the Trading View chat. I didn't even know Trading View had a live chat. And I was like, whoa,
That's for
Trading View
super
has a chat?
degens. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
renowned for. It's renowned for being degen. Yeah.
I see. Because they had a couple in there. I was like, calm down. There's some people that just, they're like, I need to make that 150 so I can make this a PA.
Yeah. Look at the sneaky NQ 25 back out, back down. I'm tempted just to go flat because it is the stagnation is where you do go. That can be a bad place to be.
Yeah, I like to see volume in the trades. I really don't like it when it's just, compression and consolidation. I mean, you see big volume deltas looking at the heat map, but it's like normally when you see that big volume, I want to see the price action move with it. But it's just resting in the same area, so it's like it leads me that we're someone some large players taking a position here. So we'll see what happens. Like you said, until the news event comes in, the big ones, that's when they'll probably play out. But right now we're just trading within the range.
Yeah, I don't know if you've looked at gas, especially. I've seen that gas has been
The
pretty
crude.
active. Yeah, you've got yeah, NG and GE. Uh, they're I think they're leading, and they've been pumping. So commodity pump, sort of short indices, and even if you had that pump the open session, it it's like they've non-stop commodities non-stop pump. So for what that's worth.
Yeah, let's definitely start taking a look at it. You just said TNG.
No, just NG and GE.
Oh, natural gas. Okay.
Yeah. So gas has been just pumping non-stop all day and just continuing now.
Not the
Yeah,
actual gas, like because there is a actual gas futures. I think like petrol gas futures. You're actually
right,
talking about.
right. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I want to make sure because I'm like, make sure we're talking about the same gas.
Yeah, it's and oil's been jumping on too. So yeah, blood day tomorrow. Yeah, it just makes to see some active downside before the CPI. Yeah, and
Yeah.
that's the thing. You always have this the kind of the narrative being pumped to CPI, hasn't it? I don't think that's changed. The pump into CPI has always sort of been what it is. I remember being here when it was going insane pump non-stop. That comes to my
Yes.
mind. Oh,
Yes.
that was crazy. Me and my girlfriend here, they're going in non-stop, just up and no entry, just up, up, up. You had to take the first test.
Yeah. Sometimes you just have to get it, write it, and pray that it goes in the
Yeah.
right direction.
Just look at these candles on his chart now. On this, it's gross. It's just
Yeah.
looks like a shit coin.
Yes, it does. That was like last night. I think I was like, I got trigger happy on a micro, and I was like, oh, we're gonna take this right here, and I was like,
Yeah,
and I decided to just let it ride. I was like, it's coming, it's coming. And it did the same thing. This big sell volume, but not taking us anywhere. But it did every sweep down that it took. I was like, it felt like a wedgie, and just digging into my butt crack. I was like, come on, man. Go the other way. And I was like, I'll just I figured I'll put my stop limit, and I had my TP, and I figured, all right, we're gonna get it. And sure enough, London open, and we got it. So I was like, all right, we're good.
yeah, yeah. It's like this is it's doing the stress test. PA. It's like you're right, but we're gonna absolutely stress you and make you want to reconsider your life choices. Then you're going to be proved that you were right the whole time.
Exactly. You gotta sit there and wait it out.
Yeah, that's good to know. That's not me just thinking that.
Yeah, Rage, it's me, the one and only. We got Brian, myself, and Cat's Trades, and the Discord. So if you guys want to come in and holler at
Talk
us or
about
anything like
Buckra.
that, yell at us, tell us, what are you doing? Short it.
I think the chat wants more crack addicts.
I figured that. They've been dying for an OnlyFans.
Think like a trader has extra revenue streams.
Exactly. Multiple revenue streams. Anywhere we can make some money.
Yeah, and I mean, like some people have said, notice in the chat, YouTube has been clamping on because so everyone is wanting the extra piece.
Yes, yes.
And I do think that says something. You could infer that, or maybe I'm crazy. To me, that does say, hey, we need as much money as we can get now. We need to kind of block these holes, and for Google, right? Yeah, because
Yeah,
if it was going to crash, then that's what they need to do before get
yeah,
everyone on premium subscriptions. You're locked in. You
exactly.
Yeah, that's how it works, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was Steve on the ES chat. I was talking to him. He kept on mentioning, dude, you need to put it members only, members only. And I was like, nah, we're good, we're good. We'll just keep it open for now, because the intent was with the members only stream. What that does, it locks it down and keeps it like hidden, so that way not everybody can see the stream. And
Oh
then
wow.
yeah, but the problem was is what I discovered is that even though you do that, the algorithm
Okay.
for the copyrights and all the other stuff, they still will find you. So it's like the
Oh,
intent was to like protect the stream from ever getting taken down and stuff like that. But I was so focused on the growth of the channel that I was like addictive to those numbers, and I was like, let's hit that like button and spam it. Now that I have the community and everybody's still here and we're still holding on, it's like there's enough affiliate revenue that it can maintain the streaming side of it. I don't have to worry about
mm,
like, okay, I need to build this up in order to continue
mm.
this. That way, the time and effort that goes into like making sure that everything is running and everything's up to date, that all takes my personal time, and it's like I gotta get paid out of that, and also the time for buying the data and all that other stuff, collecting that data, paying for the subscriptions, and making sure all of that is good.
Yeah.
So
And what's it's more or less what was it? It was sort of like the best case scenario. Then what come? What is it? Just sort of hoping and praying, really, or is that, I mean, nothing? It was about like which platform?
yes, exactly. So which
Yeah.
platform was the best platform? And by far, like the YouTube has the best for this, what we need. It had the lowest latency. It had the best way for me to stream multiple streams so that way everyone can have their choice. I decided to like narrow it down just to the three before, I think I was speaking to Live Bookmap a few months ago, and he had like I think 8 or 9 active streams at the same time. And it's like
Yeah.
when his channel got taken down, I was like, damn, that's got to be a big hit, because just on the revenue from YouTube, that's a lot of money, and especially with the views that he was picking up. I'm sure he was. I think I was in around 25,000 views a day. So I mean, the numbers and how they pay you is like it's an RPM. So I think it was around anywhere between $5 to like $8 per thousand. So all of that money goes towards like your views, to your bottom line. So it's like if you got people clicking on that like button and people just come in and they're just looking at it, and I was like, what is this? I don't know what this is. And they disappear and they never come back. Just that one view counts. So it's like, even if it's like 11 cents, that one person that came in, I made 11 cents. Hey, Elite Trader, thank you for that. Got a tip from Elite. So yeah. Um, let's see if this pushes up.
Yes. Yeah. That is interesting, because like that would be obviously the best case to have that security knowing it's not so volatile in terms of you having your channel and everything. But yeah, I mean it's everyone's else's issue that nobody's really came up against. Even this Rumble and everything is. I was hoping for that to be something that.
Yeah, I haven't. Everyone told me to check it out, and I never really jumped into it. I heard that their streamers were making better income, but at the same time, I want to believe because they're such in the early stages that they're just trying to get like people to their platform. And I really didn't test it out. I should have, because if they had that feature to have multiple streams under one channel name, I probably would have done that. That was the problem with Twitch. You could only have one active stream per channel name. So I would have to make multiple names just to get, the information out there, or rely heavily on my chat bot to manage, like, okay, who wants to see what when, or have a
They
rotation.
do. I think because they have like a user and then they have channels. So it is maybe worthwhile looking into
I'm gonna
using
look
it
into it just as a
yeah.
backup, so that way I got something in the ring, in the laying out in the wings, and just in case, because it's kind. I still have the Twitch. Twitch is still going, but
Okay.
it's not active. But it's always a good backup just in case anything goes down. It is still under the same TWB, so you know,
Yeah,
in
so
case
everyone follows that as well,
everybody
just as a
follows
backup.
that, and as a backup in case this goes down, because like I said, once it gets to a point where the algos pick it up and then it gets flagged, then we'll get that first hit, and then we'll see what we could do. But for now, fingers crossed, we won't spam the like button. We'll just leave it as it is, and then eventually we'll just build a community
Share
slowly.
the video. I think it's good.
Yeah,
Share the video with
exactly.
your friends and
Yeah,
buddies.
if they think they are interested, or if they need help. I mean, because it's like I'm, like I said, we got enough. More is always welcomed. You know, I had to prune some people out of the Discord because there was just a lot. I think we were like at 5,000 users in Discord, and I whittled it down to about 3,200. So there's a lot of people that have not been logged on that have moved on to other platforms. I figured let's clean house a little bit so that way they're not getting spammed with unnecessary content, or alerts.
It is, yeah, yeah. It's it's but if I was just gonna say that if it does sort of, that's the thing, and obviously it would grow by just like that is what will happen, right?
Yes, by choice of just how it works. It's gonna
Right,
it's
and
gonna
being
grow.
so good and it's so helpful, being such a good, 100% by being such a good place about it, it's gonna grow. I
Oh yeah.
think, of course, what about just directly? I would mind going direct to your website and watching website live some way like that, if that's
I did look at
there.
that avenue. It was a little bit more than I can technically handle, because I now would have to build like a server to handle the streams and whatnot. And it would kind of be like, okay, I would have to get something that's similar to YouTube, and not quite as, not the same, but there
You
is a
can
way to do
code
it.
it, yeah. There
There
is
is
a
a
way
way
to
to do
do
it.
it,
There is a way to do it.
and yeah,
There
that
is
would
there is a
definitely
way, but
be.
like I said, it was out of my technical abilities at the time, and my thing was I need to hurry up and get back in before I'm forgotten. So it's like the intent was like, let's get it up and going, let's get it simple and get something out there. Once we're out there, then we can worry about or work on the backup. Similar to what is it? Ryan's favorite streamer, Patrick Wyland. He has his YouTube channel, and he slowly made his own .com like network type of thing. I don't know if he streams exclusively on there and then follow content, or later or latency content on the YouTube. But I think he does have his own network, or he's put actual money to make his own studio, because he is a TV producer. So that would only make sense that he ventured off into that direction, so that way
Yeah,
he can continue what he's doing, because it's like it's obviously a cash cow. It's working. And this, I think he was he had lost his job like right around COVID, and that's or somewhere around there before COVID, he was laid off or something like that because there was like some kind of strike or something. I can't remember what it was, but it made sense for him to like, well, I'm gonna day trade and I'm gonna stream myself doing it.
Yeah, what's his name? The pizza guy. He was doing this. Remember the days, and he was shouting out trades on Twitter. The pizza guy. What's his name?
Papa John's, or what's the other guy?
Talking about.
There's another one. The guy who made that. What was it? He raised the price of that drug subscription.
Oh yeah, he was doing it as well. Yeah.
Yes.
Everyone was doing it. You're right. Everyone was doing it. Hey,
Yes.
I can trade too because everything goes up.
Exactly. It's just easy. Just buy the dip.
Oh my God, Martin Scorelli was doing it. That's his name in Fortnite.
Yeah. Martin. Yep, that's that guy. That's
Yeah.
him.
He still does it. I saw it recently actually, but it's
That is true. That
he
is true.
doesn't
I actually,
interact. Yeah. Oh, he worked for a hedge fund. It says 52. Okay. Scott. It might go to 850. I don't like this. I'm really just trying to sit on my hands and not close it, but it's I don't like it. I don't like the stagnation here. It just looks like you're holding higher and then you hold a higher type, doing that type of behavior.
yeah, because I mean, like I said, with the cell deltas being large volume dots and not really taking us anywhere, and it's like, okay, come on.
Yeah.
I mean, I did like that short though. I mean, I was like, if I saw it open, yeah, I definitely would have been short too, because going into the close, it was the same way. It was shortened into the close. And I was like, and then it was interesting to hear everybody's reaction, like, okay, they're not long, they're short. I was like, oh, look at this. This is cool.
Yeah. And then it stays around here, so it keeps you in it.
Yes.
Come on. Do you know, because this is the problem, because it makes me, I have noticed over the last maybe 2 years or a year and a half, I'm getting a bit too, I guess, what is it? Like I'm closing my winning trade quickly.
Quicker, yes, because you don't want to be in a volatile trade. Exactly. I've noticed that too. Because a lot of times it's like I'll be in my TP and I'm just like, all right, let's put the SL in the green and let's just write it out. And then I turn back around and I'm like, holy shit, it took me out already. It's like it's either it's either you're gonna be holding it and you can take the pain on a small, like a couple micros. So it's like if you have the space on a large account, you know, a couple micros is no big deal. And that's a quick, you could probably make a good 2, 3, 4, 500, depending on the size of the account. And or you can lose, you know, a grand, depending on how much pressure you want to take. And that's one of the things that's like, you know, with the PAs, you don't really get that luxury. You have to take your profit as soon as you get it, unless you build a buffer where you can have that space, or if you're trading an account or it trades like a cash account, you know, then it's like, then you can take that pain. You know, you open it during the electronic trading hours, and then you know, take it later. Hold on one second.
Yeah. You're right. I think it's right about that. And you got this 850 sort of, I guess, decently sized block comparative to everything else. 850 there. What's holding for long from view up? That's so good. Hoping for 45. Yeah. Yeah. And you see here now, it's just, are they establishing support or not? You can see that guy just gone in and out there. I think they're waiting for someone to make a move for them. It's so bad imbalance now. To take out that wick and stop there would be strange. So I might get filled at 50. It's actually where it is. 54, 54.75. But that's the thing here. 35.
45 is empty on the heat map. 850. And then when you think of what was it last week when we had all that liquidity that was like manipulating the price action? What was your take on that?
I think it's I don't know what to call it apart from that I kind of just have the idea of there's a such everyone is positioned, and I would guess it's positioning for the dump, and that's sort of what the whole end of last year and this year about. You know, I don't want it to come across as a doomerish type of kind of everyone else is saying it's going to crash type of thing.
Yeah, the sky is falling.
Yeah, I wouldn't. That wouldn't say that. That with in terms of actual trading mindset, I do feel like it's. Obviously, it's different levels, and who's you've got a Jaws hedge the different variation, and again that's providing liquidity upside.
Yeah, on my thing, I thought it was maybe a new form of iceberg because I did have like several like sessions, one-on-one sessions with Walter for Trade to Win, and he's a pretty good trader, and he was explaining like because with his system, it gives him like the ability to look at all the orders that come in, and I noticed that his indicators are one of the few indicators that I've came across that have like an option to look at synthetic iceberg orders. And what I should have done was threw his indicator up and flip that feature on to see if it would identify that as a synthetic iceberg order, because it had the nature, it had the the
Look at the smell of it.
yes, it smelled of a synthetic where it just kept price in that zone and it did not want to move. So
Just would it be via dark pool? Do you think it is? Do you think anything going on in that area?
I don't know. I always understood as the dark pool as being anything outside of an exchange where it's unreported. So it's like, so
Because
it's
if
more
he's
like
trying to get out, if he's like trying to position and then you're trying to do it in the most way, you're doing like your iceberg via a dark pool.
correct. Yes, through other means of actually submitting an order. And that's where I was like, I wonder if this is like an iceberg algo where it will put in the order as a large lot while it works on the total lot in the PA.
Yeah, Rage is saying some of it executed.
Yes.
It's maybe just how the program is front end playing it, understanding really.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is sort of in terms of market efficiency, you are getting to the point where you're going to have to think of these things, or these crazy ideas are going to play more and more. In my opinion, every 10-year-old has a Robinhood account now,
Yeah,
and
because everybody
you
can do
can
something with the
yeah,
bot, and with the
yes,
chat AI,
exactly,
you could sit
yes,
there and not have to, you know, you can produce something a lot faster than having to wait for a
yes,
quant to come back and tell you, look at what I've came up with. Now we can use this, and now you can implement strategies like the same day. If it's something that you want to try, you can run it in sim, turn around, actually put it in forward test, and then actually put it on the real market and see how it plays out.
yes. That to
So it's
work
gonna be
out of your
fast.
mouth. Yeah, exactly. That's 100% sort of what I kind of feel is happening. And even with the rise of prop firm, think about it. Everyone has a prop account, or this prop that prop fund or manager, whatever, their accounts are going to be bigger because of the amount of people there having accounts for whatever customer.
Yes, I didn't even think
Yeah,
about that. They might be hedging against their own traders, so that way they can make money off of them.
yeah,
That is a good.
so,
That is a good point because they could probably have somebody that said this person is always wrong or always right. Let's hedge against them and see
yeah,
if we can make a better trade than them, and then like flush them out of the market. Based on an actual position that they're putting in,
yeah, because
and then
they're all
they will,
simulated.
yes, because they actually will have the funds to do that, and their broker will
Yes,
say, yes, we can authorize this move, we can authorize that transaction.
yeah, and so that's going to be like impacting the future markets in some way, however much. But that's what I was thinking as well. Like, it just seemed I would be talking every guy who's like looks like he's like eight firms saying, "Yeah, bro, just took out 55 million today, proper account."
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and that's the I just have an instant type of it's like a crypto now. Everyone talks about it. It's like, oh, I hate it.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
I was in it pre 2017. I'm still kind of
Oh,
holding some old accounts, and I haven't really sold anything off yet.
okay.
So I'm just sitting on it. I think I got in like around the 16K. So I just been, I had a little like, okay, mining setup, and what I would do is I would take some out for just the operating expense, and just stash the rest. So now everything that I was stashing, that is pretty much doubled. So I'm like, I can just leave it there. I don't have to mess with it. And if it goes up, it goes up. If it goes down, it goes down. I'm not losing anything. So it's like it's a win-win.
It's a win-win, and I mean, in terms of that kind of thing, in my opinion, and you have a level of the ability mining, just having it on a hard set else, that's where the value is going to be. Yes, it would be ideal retain some have custody of it. That would be sort of like the green that everyone wants to get to. So I think that is even in itself, if the price goes down, it would inevitably have it in terms of that. And so that's good. You're doing it. That's good for you.
Yeah, it's kind
But
of
like,
similar to how I think it's Ethereum. They moved over to proof of stake rather than proof of work, and
right,
that's why I was like, okay, once they moved to that proof of stake, I was like, well, the mining the crypto is now pointless because now it's going to go
Yeah.
to the largest wallet holders. So
Yeah.
there's no need for me to mine. And that was the like, all right, we're done with this. Now we can move to whatever the next thing is, whatever comes out after this, So
Yeah, I mean, I guess just a quick kind of, in my opinion, all of them is good to trade, but I kind of would say there's not really that sort of uh value in like doing a meme coin type of thing. These people be like this. If you're trading futures, you have that kind of knowledge about that, then you must have the knowledge. These type of assets which are having any kind of fundamental value. If there was a decline in stock, that's the first to go. It's the risk assets, Russell, then the NQ, then the ES, right?
exactly.
So in terms of crypto, the same Pepe coin that goes first. So that's kind of the people are gonna have when this does go down, it's all these new kids who block who are trading coins. Because no big money guy with any brain cells be holding to a salon brand in seconds when his stock market portfolio was collapsing.
Exactly. No one's because it like that was a good example right there. Because if you think about it, when everything started to sell off, gold was selling, the market was selling, and so was crypto. And now everybody's like, I thought crypto was recession resistant.
Yeah.
So I was like, no, not when the big banks get into it, because now they're cashing in the profits that they made on that. They have to cover their losses, so they have to put it into cash. So that's why you saw like the crypto market take a dump too as well.
Yeah, it's the riskiest of the assets. Even they hope maybe first to go. Just the same as, again, a good way to visualize the trading in general above VWAP or below VWAP. Just think about it in terms, would you want to hold on to the risky asset? So you have General Electric,
you would
stock.
sell it.
Yeah, so that's the thing. You sell the risky thing, which the Russell 2000 or SPACs and space engineering going to be this time.
All right, looks like the short-term cumulative volume delta is starting to flip. So if you're still in that short, looking good, but the volume delta is still not taking us anywhere with the big sell orders. Time of sales did have some nice sell deltas come through here.
Yeah.
Let's see, it's a good mix, I guess. Nothing that stands out just yet, but I mean, we'll sit and wait. Still flat. Everybody else was short or long. We'll see what happens. We'll sit here and wait.
I think I have a volatility. It's not really anything special, but yeah, I just have an indicator sort of way of working at the volatility, right? And so you look for a mean reversion. And so when, for example, it's been dead, no surprise, it's going to wake up again, right? So now you've had very stagnant price action. Guess what? It's going to wake up. And so you can then mathematically sort of calculate that and visualize it. There you go. And so now I'm getting that now on the 15-minute is potentially something brewing. So maybe we'll get some resolution.
Yeah, because the volatility picks up when we start to see higher volume, more selling. Oh, what is this? Griff showing something. Anyways, yeah, and the volatility, any kind of volatility indicator is good to have when trading, so that way you can have an idea what's going on, because that's giving you the fear index. When fear is picking up, it's like, all right, now you got to change your mindset a little bit. Start looking for shorts. When the greed starts to pick up, then you're looking for those longs and you're buying the dips, and it's like it helps, give you a overcast of, okay, what should I be looking for in long term, or and in a short term trade, intraday. I mean, for us traders that are day trading, small accounts, pop accounts, big accounts, especially if we're here watching a smaller time frame, it's like we're looking at literally candle to candle, and we're trying
Iceberg
to
ES buy.
interpret, okay, which direction are we going to go based on volume and order flow.
Here we go.
Come on. All right, let's see if we can break that. While I'm here, let me adjust this VWAP, because ever since they updated this system, they've gone to like an anchor VWAP, and I'm like, I missed that
Yeah, I
session
don't like
VWAP.
that. Yeah.
It's like, man, I have to go in here every day and update it.
Oh, I appreciate your service.
Yeah.
Yeah, but as I was saying to forgive me,
Ryan?
to Ryan, sorry,
Yeah.
yes. As I was saying to Ryan, the oh my God, like, to be honest, it would be maybe 5 years, 7 years. I didn't hear about it quite a good time into trading, and oh my God, it's like when I found it out, like an old experience trader told me about it, I was like, it changed my life. It was like, it's just, I feel like it's such an undervalued thing, and it's I don't really know what it is. It's almost like an easiest way for you to stop getting into stupid trades. You're buying at a premium, you're buying at above average. Why are you doing? Don't do that, and vice versa.
Exactly. To me, it's like the VWAP is great for price, point of control is great for volume, and you play those two together. You can identify, like, if point of control is above VWAP, then the volume wants to buy. The volume has been buying, and that's a great indicator. So it's like, now you can conclude, like, at the end of session, what would you do if you had a great day? Like today, let's say everybody was trading, like, example for today, the market was rallying, it was going up. It wasn't really on a trend up to say, but everybody had a buy position. So I concluded that at the close we'll probably see a sell-off of people, trying to get out of their long positions. And sure enough, it wasn't a great sell-off, but it was something that took us down, away from the current price action and back to like a mean, almost to like just under where point of control was. So I was like, huh, interesting. And that's what I was saying. I was talking to those people on TradingView, and they're like, somebody was showing me the bear, the bull flag, and it's like, normally it does this. And I was like, yeah, that's normally, but we're not in a normal market. And if you want to trade
Right.
towards the close, by all means. I was like, I asked them, like, what are you trading, a prop account or is it a PA? They're like, eval. I was like, okay, well, save it. You got time. And if you're so close to passing it, just go trade in the next session when it opens, and then
Yeah.
you'll be good to go. I mean, that rush to get to that PA is the reason why prop firms make so much money.
Yeah, I was telling a family about prop accounts as well. Actually, just can that's the first thing they said. Like, oh, isn't that's just for them to make money? They know that everyone there to help you, type of thing. And I explained it. Yes, obviously, that is why they do it to some extent, but they need to check and test you and blah 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 and all this type of thing, right? But yeah, I was gonna actually mention, speaking to you, Alex. Like, have you ever heard of Trade Day?
Trade day, yes, I have. I'm supposed to be finishing up their tax information. I haven't gotten to it. They sent it to me like about 2 months ago. And I have
Because
not returned their
I
information
mean,
yet.
Well, in my experience, I kind of think they are pretty legit, if not the one of the best. So I definitely think it's worth looking.
I will. I think it was. There's another YouTuber is Armon. I think,
The
or
IMAN,
I am trade. Yes,
he's
yes,
really good. Yeah, I like
yes,
him.
yes. So I followed him, and I'm just like, I see that he was on trade day, and I was like, I should get on trade day. I
Yeah,
tried it, and then they sent me the information, but it's like I said, it got lost in my inbox. I got busy, distraction. I got like a brain of a squirrel, so or a
yeah,
dog. You know, when I
there's,
see the tennis ball go this way, tennis ball,
yeah.
squirrel. So I'll look for it and finish the information.
But
I think
here's the ball. Here's the ball, Alex.
yeah,
Because yeah, I think that probably be open to even maybe like talking affiliate stuff. Maybe they because I've spoke to them for like a decent amount. The owners of they're both British people. They seem friendly, pretty down to earth, and I'm kind of inclined to believe that they actually care about traders
yeah,
more than
yeah.
yeah. So that's obviously the big plus there. Yeah.
Yes, I can believe in that. If this YouTuber I am, he's as you know, he always calls out the scammers, the fake gurus, and it's like, I had I think someone come on to this channel last week, and they were like, "Can you be my mentor?" And I was like, I respectfully declined because it's like, no, I cannot mentor anybody. I can probably help you if you want to talk about reading heat map and how to understand it. I could sit here and talk to you until I'm blue in my face or until you're tired of hearing me talking about it. And I will explain everything on it until you can sit here and eventually get the same time as or time and service of looking at the charts and getting the seat time and identifying, oh wait, I recognize this pattern, oh I recognize this setup. Being able to identify that's probably the best way. I mean, having somebody show you and teach you and mentor you, that's one thing, but I mean, that's I don't think that's me. I can explain to you how to read it, identify it, and we can talk to some trades. But it's like, you're more than welcome to join the community. You can ask around. We all help each other out. We all play games with each other. But it's like I said, it's one of those things. I was like, I am not a guru. If I was, I would not be here.
Well, this is what I was saying kind of to Ryan, but it's about like teaching people or something like this, or mentoring or something like that. At the end of the day, if you're trading, you can't really do that, and that's like this is the whole point why I said if it's like someone I really think deserves it or something like this, because if you're trading and you're profitable, why would
Yeah,
you be then offering people trading? Why are you wasting time doing that? It makes no sense. So, and that's the inconvenience, like even with streaming and stuff like that. Previously, like, if I've done that in the past on Twitch or whatever else and stuff like this, even moderating and whatever, it's if you're trading, it's basically making you lose. And what happens with super high level multi-million, millionaire trader, from sort of talking to them, so what they care about is sort of what you were going the it's like the identification. They're going, hey, I'm trading 500 different things. I just look for a current, right? The current, then I can take it, and then they're not so no directional based or whatever. It's up to the however they want it. It's just the occurrence. They want as many ways of identifying that. So that's why you have these things called screeners and stuff like that on your trading view. That's like the retail high level guys looking for inefficiencies in the market all across. Japan. Japan did good last night's data. So
yeah. I see. Let me see if I can include this. Okay, that's interesting. So they can hear me on the ES. Okay, I'm just making sure. All right, yes. So you said Japan did good. That was economic news that came out.
Yeah, our friend Rachel was saying about Japan opening. So I can't. That might be. I just would guess that Japan doing good data last night. Maybe they open, go for a pump. Then US likes the pump of Japan and follow suit, which would mean 850 plus maybe. And it sounds stupid to say that, and it is something I should preface that. Yeah, of course, this isn't the same as like a technical price action trading, and that's where it's kind of understanding, obviously, the kind of narrative building versus the price action and the binary thing. But obviously, it just won't, if there is people who are new or anything like that.
It looks like Ryan is actually in a trade. We turn our backs and he actually puts one on.
He is. Yeah, I've been watching it. Yeah.
Where is he at? That's not bad. All right, he's banking on that flip on the deltas.
So were you trading futures or stocks and stuff like this prior to the crypto or?
Yes, investing. I was doing investing in stocks mostly prior to crypto. Crypto was what really got me
Cool.
into like doing more trades and starting to get more what is it? Testing the waters in a sense, because it was just more like investing. I would look at trying to understand all the information that you can get from like all the different resources, whether it's Yahoo or FinViz and stuff like that. Because it's like I think a little after the great financial crisis is where I really started, because I had a financial planner, and I gave them all my money. I said, all right, go ahead and make me money. And
Yeah.
then the financial crisis hit, and I turned around and I was like, okay, so where's my money? And he's like, it's gone. I was like, what? What am I paying you for?
Yeah. What am I
I can
paying
do
you
that
for?
myself.
Mhm. Yes.
So I took that mantra and I was like, I'm gonna start learning and try to learn as much. And it took some time. I mean, I was peaked on the Bitcoin. My interest peaked on the Bitcoin part of for cryptocurrency. I was still trying to figure out and understand it. I had no idea what I was missing, and I was like, I think it was 2012, and then I was like, 4 years later, when I finally had an opportunity to
Wow.
understand what it was, I was like, man, I'm so late to this thing.
Mm.
And then that's when I started to get into it, and then I think, like I said, up to 2017, maybe 19 is when I finally got all out of it, and then I was like, you know what? With the combination of what I learned from investing and actually trading cryptocurrencies, trying to keep my profit, like and monitoring all these pumps and dumps, learning about the volumes and all that trading stuff, I was like, I started to dig more into actually trading the stocks and stuff like that, and it's like options. So
What
doing
made
all of
you
that.
look into that? Like, what was it about was it regulation, protection? Was it what?
For it was regulation and protection, yes, because it was
Yeah.
regulated and protected. And I was like, with crypto, it's like I have invested in several like meme coins that were like came to market, came to the exchange. They're like, this is the next big thing that's coming.
Like
Mine this,
ICOs.
yeah, mine this coin. Help us make this big. And I was like, okay, cool. And then I would put my machines in the effort
Stop
to
ESL.
mine this coin, and then
Stop
next thing I know,
Spend
ESL.
electricity.
spend electricity, and next thing you know, the coin is gone and up in flames or cashed out.
Literally, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, where did it go?
Yeah.
So then I figured out, okay, then I
Stop
learned
ESL.
about there's another feature where you can actually put your hardware
Stop
to
ESL.
rent it out, and the people who use your hardware will pay a fee to use it, and that's where I was like,
Um,
oh,
like nice shishi stuff.
yes, like nice hash. It was minor rig rentals, and that's where I really banked because they paid you in Bitcoin. And I was like, that's what I need. So I was like, I just set it up and let it run, and people mined on my machines whatever it was that they wanted to mine. And I was like, I'm making money regardless, you know.
Yeah, I've been doing that as well. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing that kind of gets, I think, you want the kind of control or the ownership custom aspect of Bitcoiny lifestyle, but at the same when something happens, whatever, you do back and you do mind just that, because even just doing certain narrow transactions, it's some part of me, even after years and years of crypto, etc., the fact that there's like no recourse and everything, there is an element of, my God, like I can't check this. I did everything,
Yeah,
and so that's especially where stand out in some respect, because
yeah,
obviously it gives you the high, gives you the make my trust. And
exactly. Because it's just the people who actually make the most money are the ones who actually start the Genesis blocks and all those stuff, and who have
yes,
the original release, the who got in on the initial investments and stuff like that, and that's who really makes out. So it's like for now, I'll sit and wait until one day. You know, I think it was another person that used to be in our Discord. It was his name was Oso. He used to he got really hard into crypto and meme coins, and I think he said he became a millionaire. No, nothing to validate that other than a YouTube video that he left out there and YouTube space. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. I mean, if that's one way to say, hey, you're done with trading and you've made enough money, that's great. That's great. I mean, sometimes it's not for everybody, but if you want to give that bravado that I'm a millionaire and I'm out of this, that's one way to end it. I mean, you can't beat that, you know.
yeah. I mean, that's the you would. There is nothing like the crypto community type of way people the way it is.
Yes,
It's different from a GME stock type of thing.
correct.
Uh, yeah, I just got a sell signal on my little algo thing just for myself.
Yeah, it looks like we're right back down to testing sessions lows again, or we tested it. Yeah, we probably set a new low with that big candle that went down. So gold took a sell off. I guess LifeFab is telling us. Yep, it sure
Oh
did. It's
yeah,
down to 33.42. Crude is running 65.40. Um, 60.11 on ES. So still hanging around. 820. It's holding a lot of sell buy orders.
yeah. 820 was previous Friday's close, wasn't it?
Yeah, let me check.
Fridays, I believe. Yeah. So
Yeah.
interesting spot. Go negative for the day for the session.
I'm all welcome for a short, that's for sure. If it could break this, and here we go.
Mamma mia.
Yep.
So you with these like crypto, etc., and everything like this, I think yes, if you know how to trade, I really do think that people should focus on the like consolidate the futures, and if you know how you trade, maximize that these exchanges give you, and just do perpetuals. At the end of the day, that's kind of with the benefit of maximizing the fact that you know trading. That's what I
Yep.
always tell.
If you can trade crypto and you can stomach those losses and you can take those trades and you can capitalize on those pump and dumps, you will do awesome in futures because the futures has so much liquidity. It trades almost the same way. And that was like that's why when I tried to trade stocks and options, I was like I wasn't as successful as I was as in cryptocurrency. And I was trying to figure out why. And then once I figured out there's not enough liquidity in stocks and options, unless you're trading a liquid market, like
Mm,
the ETFs, and I was like, okay, so I tried, did those, and I was like, it's the same thing. Then I was like, all right, let me try these futures that everybody talks about, and I tried the futures, and I was like, then I said, oh wow, this is where I need to be because
yeah,
this action fits perfect with my schedule. I like trading out odd hours of the day. Sometimes it's like during the day or it's electronic trading hours. I love that. 23 hour open market is right where I like to be because that's the same like crypto. It's always open. It never closes.
that's why they're doing it. The BlackRock is making the 24-hour market, or I believe that that's it's going to be something which is like a 24-hour.
So same like Coinbase, and so they're trying to make their own. Okay, that's good.
Yes, they're literally trying to basically take all that liquidity from the crypto, they regulate the shit out of it, do it, and then they'll bring everyone the traditional one where they own everything and can make
Imagine
sure they
that.
know
You know
that.
how much money they would make because it's like now we have
Yeah,
all the liquidity. You can trade our
that's what it
market.
all has been, bro. In my opinion, my
Oh my
theory
goodness.
is that's what it was. Plug
Yeah.
called.
And then they can always hedge it on their to benefit on their side because it's like if they see the crypto starting to like sell off, then they know, okay, well, we're gonna have to take a hedge in the stock market or however the same way how like market makers will hedge their positions so they're always delta negative or
Yeah,
delta neutral in their trades so that way they can make the market.
yes, exactly. And the way that you have like all of these futures type of like the GME or CME, sorry, Bitcoin for Ethereum, then you do it
Mhm.
for whatever, or the other one. So then at the end of the day, you're not going to be doing any of your futures trading or any of the trashy Chinese, whatever foreign exchanges. Mr. Trump is not going to even want you doing anyway, right? So then you're going to be forced on the American exchange and
Yeah.
trading there.
Oh boy. Yeah. King Taco.
Yeah. And that's kind of the, again, this is where these narrative dynamic type things, me, that's kind of I that's how I built my trading thing, because I can think to myself, it's just even in a very simple example. It's lunchtime, it's Friday, human being going to do it is putting the money into the market, building the algo, who's doing it. Like these types of human aspects um, come into play with it's literally just buying and selling. So people get too lost in the source.
Yeah. Let's see if this can work.
First BT hit, I says so on this
Yeah.
chart.
And that all it took was patience. Because it's like we
Yes.
looked at the volume, you saw the cells coming in, they weren't taking us anywhere. It flipped over to buys. They didn't take us anywhere, and they were pretty aggressive. And then we kind of chopped. and then all of a sudden these big sell deltas came through, and that's the kind of like PA I like to see on the downside. I was like,
Mm.
I like that, and am I going to take this short now? Probably not, because it's like I missed it. I should have been in it maybe like 10 minutes ago, and that would have been a good move to go short. Because I mean, 850 would have been my out.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that would have been the high, and I mean, and even now it's such a tight range for today, being that it's been
Iceberg and
open.
QBI.
Let's see, what are
So would
we?
they need to engineer the liquidity in
Yeah,
some way?
because the volume is low for right now. We're almost at a spread of the ETH.
Mm.
Because normally the ES only trades like 10 to 20 points. We're at 3150. So it's like that's even that for me right now. I wouldn't trade this. This is like right now how we're here sitting here talking. That's probably what you know.
Yes. Yeah.
Iceberg and
Exactly why I was
QBI.
saying I would have gone flat as well myself. Yeah, I agree with you. But luckily I didn't. Thank you for, thanks to the chat.
Yeah, yeah.
Mac. Oh yeah, what's this? Mac. You made a McDonald's indicator.
Yes. It tells you when to get the Big Mac.
Okay. Okay.
That's all
Yeah.
Ryan's doing. He built something
Um.
together. He's been using it. He's been trying to build both a like a gap indicator and a MAC indicator, which has 11 indicators, and basically it just identifies the price gaps between different candles. And what he has noticed and brought it to my attention is that a lot of times price action always returns to these gaps between the candles to fill them. So they give us like I'm using it as TPs or entry, places to get in, because you can actually maybe get it like a tick down to the tick area where you can get it into a position and you can possibly get like a fade or bounce away from that price action or that gap area.
Yes. So the big
And
kids call it fair value gaps and all
so
of that
that so
stuff. Like,
it is not an ICT. So it's not ICT, but it is like they use the same kind of like naming of gaps, but they're not in the same locations. Like I noticed
uh,
like fair value gaps will like they'll find like candles where there's a big area where there was
oh, so, yeah.
buyers that
You mean the actual gap, as in price action
correct.
hasn't occurred there? Yes, that's
Yes,
and they always generally get filled because the market wants
correct.
to remain
Co-
efficient. And this is
Correct.
what people would use there was a big spike in disinformation being told to people with the CME future when Bitcoin happened. That was obviously not a 24-hour. When you have petrol, the other spot Bitcoin running 24 hours, gaps would occur in CME future. And what would happen is big money CME price action back down gaps. And obviously this is for years before this, but in terms of this type of thing, yeah, it is kind of something that works. And then you, like you say, depending on what happens, if it's a bullish fill or if it's a bearish fill, etc., down, do they come to the middle point of the gap, etc., you can then interpret that a certain way. But that is also a trap for like, oh, there's a gap there, so I'm gonna now focus on the gap too much. So that's just like yeah.
Yeah. So for me, like I try to use like the context I get from the heat map and try to combine that information
Exactly.
to put in
Yes.
a trading strategy that I can use where I'm looking for a scalp of 5 points. And I'll put a stop loss within reason, depending on the what is that, the ADX, or what's the other one that gives you the candle size?
DMI.
Yes,
Uh,
yes. There's another
yeah,
one.
that's
There's another one I use in ATX, or I can't remember right now. Somebody in the chat will type it in. But basically, it's the candle range for the minute, and based on that candle range, if it's greater than a certain amount, then I'm probably not going to use it. But if it's within the range, then I'll go ahead and use that strategy to put in that buy sell and with a stop loss. And I want to say I haven't tested it yet to see like the results as to how much the win rate was, but it was pretty good. I want to say it's greater than 55%. There have been some that I've put on there that as soon as that gap was filled, it hit that stop loss, but then that fall back on that the size of the ATR. The size of the ATR was too great, so that's why I was like, okay, wrong. The ATR was too big, and that strategy was not feasible to trade that point. On ETH hours, man, it kills it sometimes if I can catch the right direction. But it's like, I think the struggle I have with Ninja is like I think I can only put on like a few trades. So I could put like a OCO, order cancel other, and I could put one in a buy and a stop area, a short and a long, and either one that gets filled, it'll take me out with a profit because it'll just trigger the strategy. So see what I'm saying? Earlier I was like, oh, should I get short? No. Here's why. Back to VWAP.
Yeah, and that's like sort of how you would use the gaps as sort of
Correct.
that's the way I would understand it. Yeah, like with using sort of where the bids or where liquidity etc. is and things, and that strategy you're saying, that's interesting. Yeah, that'd be worth trying out.
And that's why when Ryan came to me, he's like, hey, we'll write this code for you. So I was like, all right, I'll set up TradingView. I'll see what I got to do to sell it. And then figured it out. Figured out how to update the code. He's been writing the code using a little bit of AI to help him out so he can get good revisions. And, we've been building on that just as a means to help other traders that may be like struggling as to like, okay, where can I enter my orders? This will give you a good area to identify them. And it's like, it's solid. It's pretty solid.
No, Scott, I don't know. Like I just when you watch that, I don't want to, I guess, promo him, but necessarily, but that when you see the kind of understanding of that ICT guy, he's complete fraud. And even when you have the understanding of then trading or whatever, it's just like we're talking about, he's not saying it. He's giving you the kind of plastic wrapping. He's not, and that's like the sort of, it's a bull flag. It's as worthwhile as it's me telling you that looks like a triangle. Triangles usually go. It's not. He's not the ICT guy. Is not giving you anything in terms of the fundamental what is occurring there. It's always that's what you're looking at right now on the stream. The stream is showing you what is actually happening. And now let's draw some lines. Say it's the triangle concept, right? That is what it is, and that's why I hate this. It's very important to get low type of thing because then it becomes this thing happens. The template says this would occur, and now I'm going to remain in a template type way of trading. And obviously, that's not the same as having managed risk. Living in a template is going to mean you don't know what to do, abiding by the template, which is what actually happens every single day. It doesn't repeat as a fractal, which is why fractals don't work. I can't just tell you that you usually trade like that's not how you do it. You would have your actual plan in terms of price points and risk and everything this and that way. So it's basically messing you up by telling you to look for something and forcing you to only be knowing how to live like.
Yeah, it's trying to fit the strategy into a trade. It's like trying to
Yes.
put your foot in a shoe that's just too small and it's forcing your foot to
Yes.
fit. So it's like, okay, so I'm going to force it and you'll see that this works. I was trying to remember. There was a Salt Bones, I think it was from Texas. We talked a little bit and he was talking to me about strategies and this and that. And, he was more in the realm of order flow volume. And I was like, yeah, that's, we're both on the same page. And then I mentioned, oh, what about fibs? And he asked me, when you're buying a house, do you use your fibs to buy the house? And I was like, you know what? You're right. I don't use fibs to buy the house. So basically, it's order flow and volume. Like,
Yeah.
wherever the housing market is and it has the highest volume, that's the market that
Yeah.
you want to be in. You're not going to want to buy a house in the low volume market because more than likely, you're going to buy the house that has the highest sell value with the lowest opportunity to, get any money out of it. So
Yeah. And
definitely.
that's so it's like dynamic. It's kind of it's being like flexible with the core understanding there as into what is occurring. Then in terms of that, that's sort of what defines your trade. Then and
Yes.
understanding of, hey, look, I like the wicks like this, the wicks look like that. That's then obviously with experience. But your 18-year-old, your 15-year-old cousin or put a trade on and she can
Yeah.
make money. So
He
the
thinks he
idea
found
is,
the golden ticket
yes,
and he's gonna like make so much money off of this. Yeah. Because it's
yeah.
what was
So
it,
it's like having
Walter?
that plan type of thing or that understanding. I mean, like if someone replicated like a free to this, that goldfish making that.
Yeah.
But that's the point. Most people don't do that. They're humans. They mess up. They change their plan. They hold the drawdown too much, etc., etc. That's why no one does. That's why every traders, because they have psychology robots. That's why they invented robots to trade.
To take the psychology out of the trade, to
Yeah.
take the feelings out of it, so that way it doesn't rely on that. It just relies on the set metrics that it needs, the parameters that it's looking for across a volume spike, buy ice, stop ice, whatever it is that it's trying to get into the position, and that's
Yes.
all it's going to do. And that's why now we see the cloud on the ES that the NQ used to always have. Now it's kind of like it's moved over to the ES charts now, that we see that they're capping the range with this high volume order, a high and a low, and it just, as price action moves, it moves with it as well, and gives it like a range where, okay, it's, if it gets out of this, you think it's going to take that order, but it actually pulls.
Mm. Yeah. Adjusting to new data, not just saying, hey, there's a pattern here, and so it must do this. And so the big Wall Street guys, big money's doing adjusting and changing the way that they trade. This is why we should do the same thing. Having the ICT, a smart money concept, all of these types of patterns, etc. It's all the same vein of it's it's a template, and you're not going to go to a lawyer or a doctor who uses a template. He's going to say, this is the data that I have, adjusting in that data. So yeah, and a lot of people have fallen into it. It's actually, guy has got such a funnel of money coming into him.
Yes. And it's nonstop because people always reinvent it. I mean, they expand on it, they add to it, and it's like it works. I mean, I get it. And if it's an easy way to get people to follow you and then get followers and get income, people, there's always someone that's going to sell it.
Yeah. And that's sort of the curse of a trader as well. We want to be right, but we need to accept sort of when we're wrong. And that's where if we're sort of looking for a template or something like this and not taking the actual data that it is, then
And that's
better.
that's the big thing right there. Everybody always wants to be right on a trade. And that's like the number one, thing that takes us out and that breaks us down mentally. If you can get out of a bad trade and just understand, hey, you know what? This is a bad trade. And this you realize, and if you are talking yourself into that same bad trade and adding to it, and that's bad. And that makes it worse. And that's how you end up blowing accounts, going broke, getting washed out, burnt out, because then it's like every day you try to do the same thing and you think you're onto something, but it doesn't get any better.
Yes, exactly. No progress is occurring, and what's going to help make stop that bad thing you described happening? Community, your trading friends who are actually giving you good information, actually
Yes.
like guiding you in a. It's obviously not being on your own, searching, finding random way, sending you a ship, whatever they call it, bridge. Just this is my special pattern and special way of finding it. That's not how it is. It's buying and selling. End of story.
Yeah.
Guy
Hold on
has
one
put out
second. We got one more person that wants to come up, but yeah, I like that idea. Hold on.
yeah.
Chris Straight, SRT8. Go ahead and bring you in and see if we can bring you on.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Great discussion.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. I've been trading for 30 years since 1995, and everything you guys are saying is spot on. I don't know how long you guys have been trading, but um, trading is a very lonely profession. It's the hardest thing in the world to do,
Yeah.
and a lot of I have a Discord group as well that I've had for about 5 years now.
Absorption and Q sellers.
What he just said is absolutely right. People get stuck on the wheel of doing the same thing over and over, and that the definition of insanity right there. They think it's going to change, and they get caught doing the same thing over and over. Having a community to talk about things, even though what strategy might have worked yesterday or 10 months ago, whatever it is, it might not work right now. And I've seen the .com era, I've seen everything. The market is ever changing. It doesn't care what you think. It doesn't care how you feel or, well, this is how it should be. That's how it should be. It doesn't matter. You have to trade in the moment. And if you're short term, intraday, or you're a scalper or whatever it is, you have to constantly adapt. The market's ever changing. I mean, we're in a meme market now where whatever Trump or whoever tweets is going to move the market. And it doesn't matter what fundamentals are. It's just so what you knew 10 years ago might not apply anymore today. So you constantly have to adapt on the fly and be okay with that.
Yeah, because that is 100%. And that's why I told everybody like November coming, I was like, volatility is in. This is the new thing. It's going to be so hot. You're going to have so many opportunities to trade. You're going to be like on so many different levels that like you're going to have an opportunity like every hour. It's going to be unbelievable. And that's like today, this session right now is probably one of the few sessions that I've seen, and I can count on one hand. It's less than 5 where we haven't really moved too much.
Well, yeah, look at the last 2 days, the volume profile. I mean, we basically didn't go anywhere. Friday and today, it was just the regular trading hours. It was just garbage. It was just a bunch of chop. And people that tried to trade that I've talked to today, some people blew their accounts, or some people wiped out half of their accounts, or whatever it is. And I'm just like, there's nothing to trade, and it's okay. You can wait. There's going to be another opportunity. Just give it a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just wait. I mean, if you see like a lot of people are now using the open range breakout, the ORB, I guess is what they're calling it. I mean, when I started, it was initial balance for the first hour. You wait initial balance. If you saw that the initial balance within range, that's the range you trade. If it broke out of it, you wait for a retest or a bounce, and you took that long and you rode it, because that was the day. That was the trade for the day. You went long or you went short, or you trade the range.
So that's exactly the strategy my girlfriend was at the
and that was winning.
breakout.
That was winning for me. Like way back when, I was like, okay, we just got to get this range. Okay, here it is. That's okay. We break. All right, we're long, and we hold.
Yeah, exactly. And that's and one of my ones I was using was just a 15-minute thing where it's like at the first opening of the day goes up 15 minutes, then that's your goes down, that's your, and then obviously at the end of the day, the same, they dumping it, then so then you long it, so and it just worked. And now I think I really agree. Can switch on a dime, and it's matched with a kind of like, I guess, the whole positioning going on.
Yeah, the market right now is just waiting for something to happen. I think where, I don't ever like to predict where we're going or what could be, but there's a lot of things kind of behind the Wizard of Oz curtain going on that if you notice the market will move and then we used to see the news and market move. Now the market moves and then a few hours later, here's the news. So they're kind of playing games and it's just kind of tough right now and patience is the key and to not overtrade because I talked to someone today and they traded 4,000 micro contracts between MES and MNQ. I'm like, how? I said, the first question I asked was, how much did you lose? Because there's no way you made money today if you traded that many contracts on a day like today. You were getting chopped up. And so people are just trying to catch a move. They're trying to guess, oh, we're going to go up, we're going to go down. The dark pools say this and that.
Yes, you
You
can't
just got
predict
to
it.
trade in the moment. You can't just guess.
Yeah.
You're playing roulette when you're doing that.
Yeah, the trade was if ES and NQ are not trading, go to RTYYM, CL, and GC. You'll find a trade there better.
Yeah. And I have people that will ask me because I'm almost 50 years old. I've been trading since I was 18, and this is all I've ever done. And
Wow.
I still love doing it. Like the very first day, I went through the .com era. I traded the housing crisis. I've traded everything, and people ask me, well, how is this compared to the .com? I said, well, that doesn't matter. I said, anything, they're like, well, the charts back in the .com. I said, listen, the charts from the .com era or anything before the first penny of QE does not matter. I tell people that who cares about the charts from the 80s and whatever else, because the market is not the same as it was now that it's, it's controlled by the Fed. And since QE, nothing matters before 08, 09. And I tell people just look from there to now. That's what matters because it's not the same market. And so they get confused and they'll look back at 87, this did that. I'm like, that does not matter.
It doesn't matter. Exactly. You hit it right there. As soon as the Fed makes up their mind and they want to, increase or decrease, that's the direction the market's going to be making the move. It's going to react to that move.
And imagine that they were trading where they cool up and say, hey, so what's the price of this thing now? It's $10 next day. Oh, it's $11, and they had to make a trade with not knowing any of the data.
Yeah.
And now look where we are.
Yeah, I can tell you trading back in the 90s compared to now, it's just, I was calling my E-Trade broker constantly doing different trades and whatever. I'd had to phone call trades in a lot of the times because that was the early days of it, so it's come a long way and it's kind of fascinating. I don't know how long you guys have been trading, but just think we're clicking buttons and making money or losing money if you're doing it wrong, but it's just kind of fascinating the speed of information and no matter how fast you think you're never going to be faster than Citadel.
That's right.
They're the ones that win every day, and you just have to try to. And then another big thing that I tell people is don't try to be the whale in a trade. There's plenty of money to just be the little scavenger getting the tiny morsels every day, and you can make a great living doing that. You don't have to hit a trade, knock it out of the park. Back a couple months ago, we were getting 500, 800 points in NQ every day. That used to take a year to get that kind of move. And
yes,
everybody, this is how futures used to trade.
Exactly, right here.
Little range. And people that have only been trading since COVID are spoiled. They don't understand.
Yes.
Absolutely, yeah.
You have to sit and wait and hope that, wake up tomorrow like, all right, I'm in money. All right, let's
Yeah.
go.
I mean, just think about it. Just like 4 years ago, if you got 20 points in NQ, is like that's a huge trade. Now, if you
Yeah.
don't get 50 or 80 points, you're like, oh, this is boring. And I'm like, man, you guys don't get it.
Yeah, NQ 3K, and now you got 22K on the horizon.
Yeah,
Like just from what I remember, active trading. That
yeah,
it then obviously the points is equating to asset. Right? So it's the same with a Bitcoin. When it's at 100K, 5K is nothing.
yeah, yeah. And I mean, we're going to 22K because
Yeah,
the Fed has no choice but to cut rates now. We're in a completely debt-based system, and they have
Yeah.
to keep printing to keep the machine going, or everything stops. And I mean everything. And I mean, we're barreling towards that, and everyone knows it. But fundamentally, if you look at economics 101, you think, okay, everything is telling us that the market's going to crash, but it's not. Just like during the COVID and after COVID, when the jobs report number would come out every Thursday morning, when it first
Yeah.
started happening, when the bad numbers come out, I would short it and then the market would just rip. And I'm like,
Yeah.
well, wait a minute. That's
Why did you
telling
do
us this
that?
is bad. It's going down. But then you realize, okay, they're just printing
good
money.
times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
If
just
you've been
turned
trading
on.
long enough, everyone got hit on that because you'd see the jobs report like, okay, I'm going short, and then you just get stopped out immediately because it's just face rips.
Yeah, it was just one of those things that they knew they could not fail it. Just, I mean, they learned from '08. They're like, we cannot let this fail. We
Yeah.
cannot be the one that holds the bag. We need to make sure that everybody is protected and continue going. And that's exactly what they did. And they will do that again, but it's like just a matter of when.
Yeah.
That's what we're waiting for, and that's what
It
everybody's
is.
waiting for.
Yeah. And this last drop in April, that was orchestrated. If you think about Besant, he's brilliant. He orchestrated that drop to trap a lot of people, a lot of
Yeah.
institutions got trapped in that. And now
I didn't
this is happening.
believe it. Yeah.
So
Yep.
it's going to be a wild ride. I mean, I fully think the Fed's going to cut in June. I don't think they're going to wait. I think they're going to have to. But I could be wrong. But you know, with the way everything is going, everything is connected, right? It's the art of misdirection. Look over here, don't look
Yes.
over here. And that's what's happening with these riots in LA. It's to distract people from what's happening economically around the globe. Things are collapsing
Oh,
rapidly.
that's
Yes.
the word right there. Distraction.
Yeah. It's like a magic show, right? Penn and Teller. One of them is telling you, look at this, and the other one's doing the trick. That's what's happening in the market
Exactly.
with global financial systems everywhere.
But so what about the AI revolution? My AI started to 5 million.
Oh man.
Long
Yeah.
up Palantir.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Before it was a space race and Virgin Galactic and space, and it was a cannabis.
oh,
And
yeah,
it was
that big scam. I mean, that's a whole nother joke.
Yeah,
I mean, the whole
that
thing
was
that
funny.
Tilray, bro.
There
yeah,
was only 4 people in there. I mean, they only had like the whole company had 4 people, but yet it was a highly traded stock for whatever reason.
It's crazy times.
yeah,
Everything was a spec.
yeah. I mean, God, doing the NFT craze a few years ago. I mean, just it's people will. Well, what was it? The metaverse people spending $7 million on virtual land and I
Yeah.
mean, come
Yeah,
on.
I think they still did that. I think they're still doing that, but I can't remember what's the name. I think it's there's a game out there that's
Oh,
called
Pixelverse or something.
Is it Pixelverse? There was Second Life or Half Life. I can't
Iceberg
remember.
and Q
That's the
sell.
first time I heard that
Stop
one.
and Q buy.
Yeah, there people were
Stop
actually
ES buy.
buying up like actual real estate property that would be like a reflection of virtual space
Stop
that
ES buy.
reflected in the actual space that in real world stuff like that.
Yeah, that's
Entropa
crazy.
universe. Oh man.
So nuts. So nuts.
Yeah. So it's just a distraction because that is sort of what I think is it's just collapsing everything.
Yeah, and it's going this so throughout history, every fiat currency collapses. The dollar is
Exactly.
going to be no different. It's lost almost 99.6% of its value since the Federal Reserve Act of 1913, all by design, and they're
Yes. And the
torpedoing it
empire as
towards
well.
CBDC. So
the country leading goes alongside that sort of dollar as well. So sort of the America being that forefront leader of the world, that's also changing, and that's what people can't
Babylon is
reckon
collapsing.
with. Yeah, people can't deal with that, especially type of year and everything.
It's just the short-sightedness ego of Americans. I mean, I'm an American, and it's just the whole propaganda narrative. Oh, it's the greatest country ever, but it's
isolation.
Like, is it really? Like, we're probably the biggest terrorist state in the world, if you want to get technical. But it's like people don't ever, like Venezuela, right? Venezuela used to be a thriving country, and then hyperinflation hit them, and people are like, oh, that could never happen in the U.S. Well, Venezuela thought the same thing.
Yeah.
And it's happening in the U.S. right now. It's just they keep pulling money from the future, kicking the can down the road, and eventually that's not going to work anymore when the bond vigilantes go zero bid, and then everything's going to stop.
That's where all the money really works. It's like the bond market. That's where all the big money plays.
Well, the stock market, I'm like, look, the stock market is like a peasant compared to the bond market, and a lot of traders don't understand that. Like, it's
I see the ROI is going to be in these emerging markets, right? So you're going to not invest in America anymore. That collapses. You invest in Africa. Bonds are going to follow. That's why you see Venezuela bonds and everything have bid, etc. And these developing, because obviously, that's where your returns can be. Stick 2 million into some country like that, you're going to get huge. Imagine the electricity, the plumbing, the internet, etc. You're going to have that infrastructure built and own that for generations. They're going to know Tesla Skynet over Africa. That's all the data. So that's the ROI. You don't need a new iPhone to do. So that collapses, and you put your money over there, and likewise, hedge with gold or the bonds, because the bonds are going to be, obviously, as you say, comparative to these emerging markets. The heavy metal gold is going to be by every country around the world, and they're basically selling it to fund whatever innovation. So there'll be no hedge for anyone.
right.
Okay, Kaz, just to let you know that your mic cuts out every now and then. So me and everybody else have been listening to you, and you've been like, I mean, we getting most of the conversation. Now I know, like in a past life, I was a drive-through attendant, and I was taking the orders from when the speaker would have cut out. So it's like I kind of understand. I know exactly what you're saying, but a lot of people in the community, they're like in the chat, they're like, "Is this mic still cutting out? Is it cutting out for you guys?" It's like, yeah, it's cutting out.
Yeah, I hear that too. It's cutting out.
But we follow. We know exactly what you're talking about.
This is and what I've noticed too, the extended hours have been better trading than the cash hours.
Yes.
And
I
way cleaner.
think way cleaner. The setups are nicer. It's more civilized. It's because not civilized, but the setups, you can read it. Like I think it was Friday, I kind of went the wrong direction, and I was like, huh, look at that. I picked the wrong way, so I had to take that loss, and I was like, okay, well, we won't do that again. We got a little cocky, and we're like, it's going to go in this direction, so we're going to short it. And sure enough, it did not go down. It kept on going. So it's like, but at the point, I was like, all right. I started looking at Ryan's indicators, and I started looking at his different pivot points, and I was like, all right, here's the point where I'm going to get out. And I just said, I'm going to take that loss, and then we'll come back and do it again. But
this last drop is almost perfect to go long on. I mean,
yes, that was a good long trade. I think he went short.
Yeah, I literally was just kind of doing stuff, getting ready to. I'm on the West Coast. I was getting ready to cook some dinner, and then I got an alert on my phone, like a delta move, and I was like, oh, okay. And then I literally just came down and jumped in long and was listening to you guys.
Oh yeah, yeah. So you're on the
It's
West
like,
Coast
oh,
too, which,
okay. I've got
which state?
I've got 10 points on ES, and I've got about 30, 35 points on NQ. I'm like, all right,
Nice.
That's good, yeah.
yeah. So it's just, I mean, every time, and the reason it's cleaner now because you don't have Kenny G at Citadel and his minions screwing with bid and ask both ways. That's why it's cleaner during extended hours because they're not messing with it.
They're out, they're enjoying their time off. And that's
They've
why it's like, when I see a
they've
lot of
figured
people
out
have
the
trouble.
zero DTE game is what's happening right now during the
Exactly, and that's what I
Yeah.
figured
figured.
out how to
It's like,
burn both sides during the day now. You get an open move,
correct.
and then during the day it's just they're killing both sides premium. And
Yup,
ever since they went 5 days a week of zero DTEs, they had to figure out how to burn those, and they've got it dialed in now.
they
Especially
got
during
it, and
summer
that's what,
trading, where volume's
because
down.
that was the paycheck right there. SPX, zero TTE. That's how you made it. It was an easy, like, 100, 200, 300, $500, depending on which way or how much tolerance
Yeah,
level you can handle on those contracts.
yeah.
And now, and it paid. It paid
Yeah, you
all
can
the
make a
time.
lot of money. And I mean, I traded options for 15 years. I still do, but I mainly trade futures now just because I don't like the clock working against me as much. I was TD Ameritrade's #3 volume trader for 15 years.
Iceberg
Retail
ES
trader.
sell.
That's impressive. That's
On,
impressive.
I would trade QQQ and SPY. And I mean, I would trade 6, 7, 8,000 contracts at a time.
Did you give you like what is it, a custom commissions, or
Oh
did they
yeah,
just
I
okay?
pay. So I would always tell them. So by the way, if you trade options, which whoever your broker is, you can call them if you're trading volume constantly. Call them every 30 days and just say, I want a reduction in my fees. Every
Mhm.
30 days, they have to review it and they will give you cheaper commissions. Don't wait
Yeah.
longer than that. Every 30 days. Finally, I told them, I was like, look, why don't you guys just give me a flat fee? They
Hmm.
wouldn't do it. So I'm down to 2/10 of a penny per contract on my options right now with Schwab now
Wow.
because I've been with TD Ameritrade for years.
Yeah.
With Schwab, 2/10 of a penny per contract is what I get.
That's the, yeah. I figured that because it's like when I started doing options, I was like, there's no way, because it's like
It's
there's got to
expensive.
be it will chew into all your profits, and it's
Yep.
like I would do 1, 2, 3, maybe 5, but I
Mhm.
mean I never had the volume to say I need to get a lower rate or
Yeah. You got to
commissions.
trade hundreds or thousands a
Yes.
day.
Yep.
I mean, I was trading, I remember some days I would have 80, 90,000 contracts because I wouldn't look for $4 and $5 moves in the options. When you're trading 5,000 contracts, you just need 20 cents
Yeah.
of a
Yeah.
move. If you're
Exactly.
making
And were you
$5,000
doing
a
the
penny.
theta? Were you playing theta in your favor, or were you selling?
No, I was literally just flipping premium. So
Oh,
if
okay.
if it was going up, I would just buy calls. If going down,
Buy
I
it,
buy puts.
write
I
it.
was just playing
Yeah.
it that way. Yeah, just
Yep.
riding
Yeah.
it.
Okay. I see. Yeah.
And when the market was very liquid, unlike now where there's no liquidity, the algos would generate the volume for you. If you're wanting to buy, it would populate it almost
Yeah.
instantly on the
Yeah.
ask.
Just so they can get that fill, because they know they're going to get the commissions.
Yep, 100%. So, God, what a move here. This is nice.
That's what we've been waiting for.
Yeah,
That's what we're used to.
that's kind of
I mean, 54 points right there. It's still not a normal, usual move, but
no.
I mean,
Just
we've
waiting
been
for the
like you
delta
said, we're
flip on the
spoiled.
footprint
We,
here to maybe get a short because it's kind of overextended on the 5 minute. If you
yeah.
have a linear regression channel, it's outside of the second standard deviation here now.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm going for.
It's that, and you can see it right now as it's starting to pull back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it should kind of top out here. Just if you have a footprint up, volume footprint, just wait for a delta flip here and you can get short.
I have one, but it's too small. You can't read it.
Yeah, that's the only problem with like the best footprint is on Tradeovate. Theirs, it's really good, but you have to have a big screen to kind of really get it. And depending on what time frame you have, like I have a 1 minute and a 20 tick footprint. I mean, I've got a 30-minute and everything too, but if you're just scalping, you want this lowest amount you can get where
Yeah.
you can really see the delta on everything.
And start to roll around. Yep.
Yeah, I added here. I'm hoping for that mean reversion back down. And
Yeah,
then
this should
break that
start.
low.
We're getting that last 1 minute bar was, but see, there's no volume, like 54 contracts that last minute. The one before that was 169 on ES. It's impossible to do footprint on NQ. It's just messy.
It doesn't look right. It looks
No.
better on the ES for sure.
Yeah, it's better just to go off ES. I mean, we've had what, almost 30 minutes straight up.
Yeah.
Oh, almost an hour, 45 minutes. Yeah. But I mean, this thing could just climb. See what they do if they make it up to the RTH highs.
We got 895 sitting up there with liquidity.
Yeah.
Damn.
Got some selling wicks on the 5 minute here, the last 2 bars.
Yeah. CD.
Sorry to like crash you guys' conversation. I just wanted to say you guys were talking
No,
about some good
Party
stuff.
chat. This is what we like, because then it's like it gives content. Now I can go back and chop this up, make some shorts out of it,
Yeah.
I did that with Doom and had a pretty good conversation when he came on. I think I don't know where he's at right now. He might be driving on the road, but we'll see. Maybe we'll get him back on here when he's home. I think he lives in Tampa, I believe, or somewhere around there in Florida. Definitely on the west coast of Florida. Not sure exact, but he could be in Orlando. Who knows? I don't know. And Rage says Doom is awesome.
Alex,
Yeah.
are you American?
Yes, I am. Actually, was born in New York and raised in the Virgin Islands. Right now, I lived over in the West Coast, Washington State. So
Apparently, you're going to
Okay.
get a flood on the 11th out up there.
There's some crazy weather happening.
on the 11th,
Yeah, there's apparently that from. I have some military friends and people that are in the know and other things, and they're with that HARP machine. They're sending those 2 tropical storms that are in the south of Baja area right now. They're going to like divert them all the way up there. That's
Okay.
what they're saying.
Great. We
It's
need
like
that.
massive flooding in Washington State.
Yeah, that's what we need. We just had a Pineapple Express, and now we're enjoying our summer of weather, which is like, I mean, most of the time it's beautiful, especially where I'm at, because I'm in the San Juan Islands, so it's like beautiful weather because we have the rain shadow from the Olympics. It's kind of dry and arid, but not so bad. But you know, summertime here in Seattle area, it's beautiful.
Nice.
NQ green candles till midnight. That's what Life App wants.
The next like pivot resistance on NQ is 903.33. If you guys don't put pivot points on your charts, I highly recommend it.
I do with
Fibonacci ones I like.
Yeah, the fibs. Yeah, I think I have the regular standard pivots. I'm gonna start using those fibs.
Yeah, they're so
I just
good. I
use
love
the
them.
pivot points. Like I have just the pivot on a chart, the pivot points only on ES and NQ on my Thinkorswim. I literally just have a chart with the pivot points on it. They work really, really well. Like today, it was just riding that midpoint above the pivot. There was a mid pivot level, and it was just riding it all day at like the 19 level on ES, and then NQ
Right.
is just riding that 850 level all day.
Yeah, I think
Some-
Rage is over there. Is like, Cass, how are you going to say the market is in fractal? But you use fibs?
Yeah, I know. Rage is it's just that
He's
you want people to
unrelentless. He
not.
remembers. He is like an elephant.
Yeah, you just don't want people to, as guys, kind of pattern based. That's all.
Yeah.
I got some delta flips there for ES. See if
Yeah.
this
Yeah,
goes back a little bit here.
6J
might get
setting
back
as
to that
well.
850 level.
Hmm. 830 level. Nice. Nice.
I just peeled my
Gee.
longs off. I just went short at 64 and on 864 and then on 20 on ES. Just to kind of, since I'm just sitting here, I just took a short.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so cool actually. I really appreciate it because it's cool to speak to someone with some.
I try to do like at least leave one room open just in case anybody needs to get in there and like they want to like have a group chat or session. I haven't seen too many people use it. It was like I think there was one time that I sat there and it was two traders. They were like going at it in the chat and they're comparing like whose account was better.
Hmm.
So I was like, well, here's the Discord room if you guys want to go talk it out. They went in there and they talked it out. That I was like, okay, that's not what it was intended for, but okay, cool. That's one use. But yeah, we try to do this. I mean, I know on Sunday we had the Sunday Open. I think there wasn't too much volume. I didn't think there was much that was going to show up. So I figured, I noticed Ryan was doing his thing, and I was like, I was going to put him in on the YouTube, but it's like I wasn't going to be here. But today I was like, hey, I got time. We can sit here and we can talk about it. Let's do it.
Oh, you got time today.
Yeah.
Just in time for the big short.
Yep.
I heard actually that Michael Burry peeled off his shorts or something. I think that recently,
Mm.
but that's just because he's a quitter.
We'll see.
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, they're just not going to let it come down, I don't guess.
My finger was itching for a short, but I'm like, I'm going to sit.
They're holding
Yeah,
the top
I've
of
got my
that.
stops at the highs. Just a few points on ES and
I
about
want
9
to see
points.
it fall under that 855 on the NQ. Still see liquidity on ES at the 17 and 16, especially at the 15. So we'll see what happens. So no rush.
$8.17, you said, around there.
I was looking at ES, so 1875 down to 15. On the NQ, 845. And a little bit above, I think between the 858 and we just got something above 857, 859 area, somewhere around there. So there's stuff there, but they're just there to transact. They're not showing any aggression just yet. So we'll see.
We got the hour turn coming right here in a minute.
Yeah.
But 6J. Yeah, buddy.
I mean, overall,
Got my
we're green.
stops
The
at
whole
highs, just in case they rip this, because sometimes they'll just come in with volume out of nowhere and just pop it.
Yep. And that's what I was
Yeah.
thinking too, because I was like, I'm looking at the net change for the open and it's like positive.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like I said, Like I said, if it's under VWAP, yep, that's a good place to short. If you see the volume, if I see volume push into that direction, I'm going to take it and write it below. But like, I don't think I'm going to write it right now.
Yeah.
Short term cumulative volume delta is still kind of high, so I like to wait and see that kind of curl down until I start deciding if I'm going to go short on this. Same on the ES is still kind of positive. And that's, and like you said, if you're looking at footprints, you're looking for that delta flip. So you're finding that micro volume delta flip, where I'm going to use my chart for those of you who are listening on ESNAQ. I'm looking at the 1 hour, that's the right hand side. That's giving me the overall for the last hour. So as soon as I see it starts to trend down, then I'm like, all right, now I'm waiting for that to short out. So I'm going to take the short once it does that. But like it's doing right now, it's continuing to buy up. We just buy the dips until it stops working.
Yeah, and that's been the play for weeks now.
For centuries.
Yep, that's the way it's designed.
It's on sale when it's low price. Buy the dip.
Yeah, it's gonna take me out here. I'm fine with it.
I'm still short 842. Next ad is at 880. All your money is going to be gone anyway. You can afford internet, and the internet will be shut down. Elon will not give it for free.
Yeah. Elon will give it for free. Come on, AR. Yeah, this time in sales, it's all green. So I'm like, all right, I'll just have to sit and wait. West Coast Pacific Standard. So that's why at the time it's always, 3 to 4 hours different from East Coast time. So that's why I have to put a clock up, because everybody else who trades, they like to trade based on Eastern time. But it's like I am so used to trading in my time zone that I need to see my time. Otherwise, if I see like an East Coast time zone, it throws my game off a little bit. Yeah, and I'll anytime I travel, it's same thing. Like if I'm, in another state, if I go to Florida, I think when I was in Hawaii for a little bit, I had to like adjust my clock. I didn't change my time, but I was adjusting my clock mentally so that way I can be up and set these streams up, set my trades. Hey, thank you there, Sniper. Yep. Life Fab is in the east. Yep. Specifically, I think somewhere in Central Florida. West Coast, the best coast. Griff Trade. I think someone told me like, where was it? Somewhere in Europe, and I can't for the life of me think. I think it was Portugal or Spain was like the best time zone to trade.
It's great trading in Spain. When I was in Barcelona for 3 months, it's amazing. Like 3 p.m. to 10 or something like that.
Yeah, it's the best time zone. You don't really. I mean, for certain people, I think there was somebody else that was on our chat our stream, and they said they're in Dubai, and it was great because it's like, you know, it's a 12-hour difference, so everything is 12 hours shifted for them. So
Speaking of West Coast time, I better go cook some dinner. But thanks for
all
letting me
right,
chat with you guys, man. It was great.
yeah, anytime. We're always here. Well, we're not always here, but you're more than welcome to pop up anytime.
Awesome. Appreciate it. All right, you guys
Nice
take care.
speaking to you, man.
Yeah, just like I was saying, you know, mentally I was looking for short, but when I started looking at my deltas, I was like, no, this is not the short to take, and especially with that liquidity sitting up there, it looks like it shifted up. So that's how I would manage my mental trade. If I'm going to take one, I'm looking, okay, this is the things I'm going to look at. So for those of you who are just joining, look at cumulative volume deltas. These are down here in the sub chart book map. Same here. We also have a footprint volumetric style from NinjaTrader. All these were green. So you have all these down here. Great indicators, great tools.
The best all that you need.
All right, I'll be right back. Hold on one second.
Oh, 895 on that chart, yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at 880 and 892.95, I guess. Nothing till 895 plus.
Iceberg ES buy.
No pullbacks confirmed, is it? Don't know. I don't like the sound of that. Hey, you might be right. Come to VWAP might be a nice anti-retail spicy thing that they might like to do. This is Kat speaking. Because Alex is just doing something at the moment. Feeling a James Bond. Bunch of buys coming in here. AQES and the Russell synchronized.
All right, I got to run. I'll be back later if you guys are here. You should have
take
control. You should be able to get us out.
Iceberg ES
Sounds good,
buy.
Alex.
All right. All right, Kat. It was nice talking to you. Hopefully we'll talk
Yeah.
again.
Yeah, I hope you have a good rest of your evening. Take
Same
care. It was
here.
great speaking to you, Alex.
All right. All right, everyone. We'll be here. Ryan will be sharing his screen. Go ahead, ask questions. We're not going anywhere just yet, but something happens, let us know. All right. Peace.
This might be a place to add to the short or make a short if you can find a nice stop. What do you think? Depending how wide you want to stop. Idiot.
You have the floor,
81.
Kaz. Go ahead and make some
Well,
calls.
yeah.
Talk us through some trades. I'm obviously short and losing, but I got some room to.
Yeah, if you got room, then same as me, chilling.
I think a broad retest is adequate at
Yes.
some point.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for as well. That sounds.
Also thinking about looking for an ad as well.
Yeah, I was just thinking about it here. So just talking out loud for myself, I guess. 80. You got 85 as a stop. just a little bit of the delta coming in, and
I wouldn't be surprised if it pushed all night.
I wouldn't be surprised even now. It's not
22K.
done what I wanted. Yeah.
22K is in the scope.
Absolutely.
We all know it's gonna go to ATH, but how it's getting there has been beautiful.
Yeah, I'm gonna add here. $85. Yes. Is it gonna break above it though? If it breaks, it's probably best to cool it.
Yeah, if it breaks, I'm gonna call it a bad trade, and that's okay. I mean, sometimes I gotta take losses.
Yeah, when you took that first PT. Ah, shit.
Yeah, that's actually the entry for the long right there is your first TP.
Yeah.
Wow.
Stop NQ buy.
90. There it is. More highs. It broke high of day on RTH and ETH.
Absorption NQ sellers.
Well, I guess we're going to 25K. Part of me feels like that was the stop out. But yeah. This was the final add position. Yeah, borderline, I would agree. Yeah, it's not anything attractive. But this was the original / plan or full process, I should say. You know, you had that open day session, pull back down, and so that's now
Iceberg
sort of
NQ sell.
liquidity, that price discovery, etc. for this overnight session. Rather than the inverse, which is what I wanted. Because he wants to buy something that's gone up so much. Russell 2000 is making some decent moves. All right, we did it. We took another short from where we were going to take the third ad. Stagnation here. Loss of momentum to the upside. Giving you a little carrot of 800. So the retail goes, ooh, 800 is going to break. Yes. And now we can fly to VWAP. And then they're going to say, ooh, I can buy it for. Well, I had I cut out there, but yeah. You get what I'm saying.
Stop ES buy.
Authority 911. Oh snap. Come to mama. Hey, 9:45, eh? Chihuahua. It's going to 22.45% for the session. 100 points. Sounds, 920. Yeah, that sounds like a number I might have to add to. Profit is the way. I mean, gold has been moving alongside this move quite a lot. Dollar's going up, getting some bids now. The yen, which usually is correlated to indices. Like you've got him right testing this level here. So that's probably your answer for the next hour or more.
Stop NQ buy. Iceberg NQ buy. Absorption ES sellers. Sweep ES buyers.
I mean, you could definitely still get that VWAP move. It's not. Look at the structure. You've definitely not built some nice support. You're just building upon that momentum that you do see, where you just blast off into CPI. In terms of even right now, like, yeah, it looks like that was an entry someone there. Someone took the short there, definitely. Like you probably would find something. But you got this how was it? You got money coming in now. Running to a bit more than they were last couple of hours. Yeah, there's all these geopolitical things going on, China deals, and all of this. It's pretty news heavy, and if you just want to think of it like that, but that's why you got to be quick on your feet. I don't think nothing's changed from the open of the session. That's going to be up, down, to the right. Couple
Sweep ES
sells
buyers. Absorption
few.
ES sellers.
with a few asks. Take some profit. Yeah, synchronized selling. Now this might be something.
Sweep ES sellers. Absorption ES
It's
buyers.
backing it up. Stop me from getting back up.
Iceberg NQ sell. Absorption ES buyers. Sweep ES sellers.
No, we need to exit our longs. That's right, Ruth. So you've got to be flexible, dynamic. Like now, that could have been it. You see, like on a dime, gold sells. Yeah, it's getting active though. Japan's pumping, and that might just pull it up as well. That was the bias for me going into this. We had good data for Japan last night or yesterday, whatever their CPI and stuff they had. And so, just global economic data. It's like, oh, they did good, so we'll do good. But yeah, I don't, who knows which direction. 22K seems magnet style. but flexible. Flexibility, not married to the trade. It's all about the original plan. What are you doing? Are you looking for 10 points, 20 points? Are you, everything else that comes into it, right? Because that's going to stop you from trimming on the 10-second 1 minute chart or whatever you might do. For me, yeah, that VWAP looks still there. The idea of a blue sky above it. Yeah. They're just going to go with a liquidity, yes. So it's getting a bit more stacked.
I can't make a trade here, but I need it to fall in order to do so.
Say that again, Ryan. I don't know if your mic was a bit muffled.
I said I'm trying to make a trade here, but I need it to fall in order for me to do so.
What type of trade are you shorting?
Oh, I'm still short from the bottom.
But I mean, you adding it, or what were you?
Oh yeah. I'm dollar cost averaging in.
So what you're looking for the confirmation of a little bit more down.
Well, I don't know if we'll get that. This has some power behind it, even though it's low volume. It's definitely pushing higher. I mean, 22K is right there.
Yeah, this is why it's pretty much just flexible type of. You can go either way. Anything can happen. It is. I wouldn't blame anyone, even myself. Tomorrow, who knows? Like it's like sitting out of trading. It's definitely nothing to be ashamed of. Probably tomorrow, just before CPI, is probably the safest thing. Don't be too eager. That's generally what you would do, though. You would pump it to take your new contract positions the opposite way. So you pump into CPI, boom, new contract, take your shorts. Everyone's still long on the June one. Yeah. Get a premium on that for contract. Yeah, you do see more often than for myself anyway. Speaking of my own like I figured more than you did, but a kind of thing where they're gonna hold off making the entire move, let's say, until the open. That has been happening more often than before. You would make the whole move, come back to let them jump into it, right? But now you kind of hold until the open. It might be just me, but that's just something I've been feeling. You got some oil buys, some yen sells, some dollar buys, Nikkei buys. Yeah, we're getting active now. I like those orders we have on the screen there. It's looking lower high, looking a bit more for those shorts in the beer. Lex, what do I mean by the whole move today? So you may say plan that you have big man with all the money behind it, and etc. Let's say putting money in a buy or so to simplify it. The whole move of that going from point A to B, that has now, in my opinion, been less happening, and where that whole A occurs. So get to 22K, you would perhaps like stop going to where you could potentially exhaust, because obviously you don't even have, then that's going to be a kind of create a new trade. You're going to be in a new date, it's going to be there, meaning a new trade has to take place. And that means risk assessment, etc. Right? So you could just prevent that overnight algo, then they do it. And that then means that you never get that full move from happening. So you could come back to VWAP average price around. But it could, yeah, of course, very much still go up, but yeah, that's just something I've seen. Alex, this is just the first time I've been on the stream, being, in the group community, watching the stream. Yeah, they're kind enough to let me onto that.
Yeah, Lex, I stream live Monday or Sunday through Thursday, 6 to 7 p.m. Once in a blue moon, Alex will throw me on YouTube, and I'd invite other traders up to talk about their trades, their analysis, and kind of get to know our community a little bit better. Um, we're in the Discord right now. You are welcome to join us, and in the near future, if you want to hop on stage and talk, we certainly can accommodate such. But I show my trades off, and sometimes I win, sometimes I lose, sometimes I DCA to win. I mean, I'm gonna have to save myself from this loss, which the account can handle. But this pump up has been something for tonight, and I'm not sure where this is all coming from in regards to whether it's a contract rollover. It's going to be something when it comes to just what do we have this week. Kaz was saying it earlier, but I mean,
PPI.
yeah, PPI. So, and then again too, it's just kind of unusual that we make a 200-point pump in ETH. Just absolutely insane. Which is a great trade if you got long. I'm still short, so waiting for that pullback, higher low. I want to try to catch that and get out. But we're even above Thursday's high. So we're not far off from ATH. And definitely, Kaz, thanks for coming on the live stream with us and sharing your trading. It's been actually very beneficial. So, but I'm gonna try to save myself from this, and I actually am gonna eat dinner and hang out with my kids. They're crying for me, as you can hear in the
Yeah.
background. So I got my hedge fund that I'm working on over here.
Yeah.
Cause I can leave my chart up if you want to continue to talk to the chat, or certainly but I'm gonna step off for a minute, and Kaz has the floor, and my chart will be up for you. I don't know, is there in a particular time frame that you like to watch?
I mean, it's depending on, especially this. So,
Typically,
15-minute, or this is
pull off,
okay.
I pull off so they can watch the book map live and see the full chart and see the liquidity across the board. I think this is still gonna push to 22, but
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
but
Might
I
wanna.
was gonna hop off. I gotta get some dinner in me and take care
Yeah.
of the kids. So if you're okay with hopping off, we can resync up at another time. And
Yeah, make it easier. Like, I appreciate it's been great talking to you, Alex. So,
absolutely,
yeah,
thank you.
I hope everyone has a lovely rest of the
Absolutely.
evening.
Again, thanks again for coming up, and glad to have you here. And this is Ryan signing off. You have a great night. Stay green, and thanks for joining me in the Discord tonight.
Take care, everyone.
Take care.
Iceberg NQ buy. Stop NQ buy. Stop ES buy. Stop ES buy. Iceberg ES sell. Absorption NQ buyers. Stop ES sell. Stop ES buy. Stop and Q sell. Iceberg and Q sell. Iceberg ES sell. Stop and Q buy. Stop NQ sell. Stop NQ sell. Stop ES sell. Iceberg NQ buy. Iceberg NQ buy. Stop NQ sell. Iceberg NQ buy. Iceberg NQ buy. Iceberg NQ buy. Iceberg ES buy. Iceberg NQ buy. Iceberg ES buy. Iceberg ES buy. Iceberg NQ buy. Iceberg ES buy. Iceberg NQ buy. Iceberg NQ buy. Iceberg NQ buy. Iceberg NQ sell. Iceberg NQ buy. Iceberg ES buy. Absorption NQ buyers. Absorption NQ buyers. Stop ES sell. Stop NQ sell. Stop ES sell. Iceberg NQ sell. Sweep ES sellers. Absorption ES buyers. Iceberg ES buy. Stop ES sell. Absorption NQ buyers. Stop ES sell. Stop ES buy. Iceberg and Q sell. Sweep ES buyers. Absorption ES sellers. Absorption NQ buyers. Iceberg NQ buy. Iceberg NQ buy. Iceberg ES buy. Stop NQ sell. Stop NQ sell. Stop ES sell. Stop ES sell. Absorption and Q buyers. Stop and Q sell. Iceberg and Q sell. Iceberg NQ buy. Stop NQ sell. Iceberg NQ buy. Iceberg NQ buy. Iceberg NQ buy. Stop ES sell. Sweep ES sellers. Absorption ES buyers. Stop ES sell. Stop ES sell. Stop ES sell. Stop NQ sell. Iceberg NQ buy. Iceberg and QBuy. Absorption NQ sellers. Iceberg NQ sell. Iceberg and Q sell. Stop ES buy. Iceberg ES sell. Stop NQ sell. Absorption NQ sellers. Stop NQ buy.